Coach. I'm not snapping at you, I promise. Am I talking to it?
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test test.
here at the beginning of January, and they'll make their season debut. Of course, last year ended in disappointment as they qualified for the state meet, or the state tournament, excuse me, for the first time in school history, but had that canceled because of the epidemic. This year they come in as the preseason #1 ranked team in the state. This week they've moved down to number 2. Roland's ranked #1, but Jones has moved down to number 2 basically because of lack of playing any games. As I bring in my partner Tessa Durrell, Tessa, what is something you think will be a big key for the Longhorns this year as they look to get back to the state tournament?
Some of the biggest strengths for the Lady Longhorns this year will be 2 of their posts underneath, Tirza and Trinity Moore. They're actually the first Lady Longhorns to ever commit and sign to a Division I basketball program.
Those 2 signed with Oral Roberts earlier this fall, and they are, like you said, the first 2 Division I players to come out of this, out of Jones High School. The Longhorns will be looking to replace a large senior class from last year. Had an All-Stater Kaylee Young in there who's now playing at UCO. Lose their best outside threats in Bailey Ely and Alex Farmer. So they'll be looking to have some younger kids step up and help on the outside. Possible people looking at that spot are, you're looking at Jalen Maples, you're looking at Zoe Tucker,
Boston Berry,
maybe Audrey Baines, a bunch of sophomores. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sophomores on the roster this year, but most of them look to have some significant playing time. Somebody else on that, who's somebody else on that list you see there, Tessa, that you think would be a big key for the Longhorns possibly?
I think a big leader for the Longhorns is Boston Berry, which is sophomore. Coming into the season, she's already had some Division I looks from places such as Texas Tech and Tulsa University. I think she's a young leader for the Longhorns and will continue to improve throughout the season this year.
Boston did a great job last year stepping in as a point guard as a freshman on a senior-laden team. She's going to have a different approach this year. It's probably a little bit more of a leadership role from her, as she doesn't have the seniors, the large senior class to fall back on this year. Looking at OCS, they come in at 1-2 this year. They've lost to Cricket Oak and Harding Prep.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll have the starting lineups coming up here as we have an announcer, and we'll do the starting lineups, although we don't have fans in the stands.
At this time, please rise and remove your hats.
And right now we'll have
America with the performance of our national anthem.
All right, we had the performance of the national anthem, and then we're going to have the starting lineups. As we have the starting lineups for the PA announcer, we'll give you our version of the starting lineups. First with OCS, starting with number 12, Emily Orme. She's a senior.
Number 12, Emily Orme.
Number 22, Ashton
22,
Barnett.
Ashton
She's
Barnett.
a freshman. Number 25,
Number 25,
Hannah Voskuil,
Hannah
a
Voskuil.
sophomore. Number 32,
Number
Meg Brady, a
32,
senior.
Meg Brady.
And number 34,
And
Brenna
number
Roulette.
34,
She's a
Brianna
sophomore.
Rollins.
The starting lineups
The
for
head coach of the
the
Lakers is
Longhorns
Jeff Barnett.
start with number 15, Zoe Tucker, 5'7" sophomore. Number 23, Boston Berry, 5'7" sophomore point guard. Number 32, Jalen Maples, another sophomore coming in at 5'7". Then our senior, number 35, Trinity Moore, 6'1" senior, and the leading returning scorer for the Longhorn, Tirza Moore, number 45. She's also a 6'1" senior forward. Someone they picked up that's moved in that came from Oakdale. Another gives the Longhorns some more height is freshman Sophie Woodson. She comes in at 6'2", so the Longhorns have three, which will offer difficult matchups up for everybody they'll play this year.
Coached by Jenny Holbrook, assisted by Penny Young and Bridget Reynolds.
And now they've got the starting lineups finished here in the gym. We're about to get started here, waiting for the opening tip. Again, this is the first game for the Lady Longhorns this year. The team came out of quarantine just about the middle, right before Christmas break. Things that people are having to deal with this year, a lot of things of quarantine and contact tracing. And if you see on your screen right there, you probably see Athletic Director Dave Martin doing some sanitizing on the floor right now. So it's just how it's going to be. They're lucky. We're lucky to be able to play this game tonight. So hope you enjoy it wherever you're listening from and watching from. Speaking of which, we have to give a shout out to Jones High School principal Mike Watkins. He's at home recovering. He's got a little sickness. He's at home recovering. He's watching. So we're happy he's watching too.
I think there's a lot of anticipation going into this season for the Lady Longhorns. They're at a bit of a disadvantage, I'd say, as far as not being able to play a actual game up until this point after Christmas break. So I think it's going to be an exciting time to get to see what these Lady Longhorns do.
It's safe to say this is the latest season opener in the history of basketball for Jones. January 5th.
Usually we are used to a bit of a small delay due to football, but this year COVID's pushed the rules back to even after winter breaks.
Well, and this delay of cleaning the floor has also pushed us back a little bit. So then it looks like we're done with that. So we are just moments away from the opening tip. Once again, the starters for Jones: Zoe Tucker, Boston Berry, Jalen Maples, Trinity Moore, and Tirza Moore. 3 sophomores, 2 seniors. This is a game. This is a part of the game last year. Jones stole easy going for layups. So it's Tirza Moore, and the Lady Longhorns control the tip. Trinity Moore with the dribble. Right side to Boston Berry. She sets up the Longhorn offense. Gives it into Tirza. Down low into Trinity Moore. Tirza with the rebound off the backboard and in. Longhorns up quickly 2-0. They show full court pressure. Ball stolen by Zoe Tucker. Layup up and in.
Those transition points are going to be big for the Longhorns this year, I believe, as their size gives them an advantage as far as rebound.
Yes, all sorts of fits as we have a turnover there with a travel violation.
Looks like Jalen Maples will be inbounding the ball for the Longhorns. She'll pass it off to Boston Berry up top.
Longhorns get it down low into Trinity Moore. She gives it to Tirza Moore, cutting the basket off the backboard and in. She'll have a chance for the traditional three-point play. Longhorns out to a 6-0 lead quickly.
Not only are the Moors heights an advantage for them, but they're also very strong under the basket for the Lady Longhorns. Last year, one of the posts, Haley Young, is also very strong under the basket, so it's going to be exciting to see what they can do as they stand alone under the basket.
Once again, the zone's pressure disrupting the OCS in play, so the Longhorns will have the ball underneath their basket with a 7-0 lead. 45 seconds gone in the first quarter. Maples triggers it into Trinity Moore. She'll take the 16-footer and drain it. She has a good touch from outside for a girl her size. People don't expect that. Once again, a turnover. Austin Berry to the basket, and we have a timeout called by OCS.
I believe this start is a testament to maybe what the Lady Longhorns could have done last year as they fought for a state championship.
As we have a quick timeout here, we have Jones Journal. We invite all our listeners to stop by your local Bank First to check out their incredibly low interest rates and all the benefits of the loyalty checking account. Bank First, loyal to Longhorns, loyal to you. And the Longhorns out to an 11-0 lead here in the first quarter, as OCS has had problems getting the ball past half court right now, honestly. That size for the Longhorns is definitely giving OCS some problems. Once again, ball's turned over. OCS finally get to attack the basket. However, the Longhorns bring it back quickly the other way. Berry, cross court to Maples. Zoe Tucker for three, and she hit it. That's a Jones Kiwanis Club three-pointer. Jones out 16-0. Saints bringing the ball quickly the other way. Off the backboard, no good. Just their own rebound, a three-pointer on the way off the back of the rim, no good. Ball's tipped out of bounds, and it'll go to Jones.
Not only do the Longhorns have some strength underneath the basket, but it seems as though they have some really good shooters on the team.
Well, that's going to be a key for them to get defenses off of the post play and spread out the defense to get some open shots. Tucker, baseline. Tears the Moore off the backboard and in. 18-0 lead for the Longhorns. Saints having trouble getting the ball in, and they have a 5-second violation. They'll turn the ball over back to Jones. Berry will trigger the ball in for the Longhorns. Zoe Tucker had her three-point attempt blocked. Still Longhorn ball on the left wing. Longhorns. Coach Jenny Holbrook calling an offensive set. Zoe Tucker with the ball on the left side. Gets it to Tirza Moore, spins baseline, and she puts it in. Longhorns out to a 20-0 lead to start the game.
The strength of the Longhorns underneath is going to be unstoppable, I think, as they continue on to other teams as well.
Well, when you're trying to throw it into a 6'1" girl or a 6'2" girl, it's hard for a lot of defenses to stop that pass into the post. Ball's loose. Longhorns control it. They come back the other way. Maples down low to Trinity Moore, and she puts it off the back and in. And we have another timeout. OCS takes their second timeout of the game here in the first half. And we have 4:57 left in the first quarter. Jones leading 22-0. The Jones Kiwanis Club is an excellent way for you to serve in our community. Sign up for weekly emails to learn more. Email them at joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. That's joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. Longhorns out to a quick 22-0 lead. We're not even halfway through the first quarter, and they're firmly in control with the top 5 out there. What's going to be key for Jones is when subs enter the game, like right now, we have Abby Stramsky in for the Longhorns. She replaces Trinity Moore.
Even with the 2 seniors on the floor, the Longhorns have a very strong younger group of girls playing for them.
Longhorns pull back to a zone. And we have a 3-second violation against OCS. OCS offense is struggling right now to get anything going against the Longhorn defense. Here's a Moore on the block, up and in.
I will say the guards are doing an amazing job of finding our posts underneath the basket to score a lot of those transition points.
There's a shot for about 17 off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound up and no good. Rebounded there by Hannah Voskel. We have a foul. Fouls on Zoe Tucker. That's her first. That's the Longhorns' first foul. Saints will inbound the ball underneath their basket. Ball is tipped by Zoe Tucker, and she completes the steal. We have a whistle. And we have a foul, I believe. Honestly, I think one of them wanted to call it walk and one wants to call a foul, so we're having a discussion. That's what exactly. Officials discuss it. Come up with the traveling violation. Ball goes back to OCS. Ball's inbounded to Ashton Barnett. She gets it to Rolette. Tries to go baseline with it. Cutter was cut off by Jalen Maples. The ball bounces out of bounds. Longhorn basketball. And we are halfway through the first quarter. Longhorns up 24-0. Looking for Tirza Moore down the block. Pump fake. And she gets it in over the top. She's having her way down the block right now with OCS. Turnover. Jones ball on the right side. Inbound to Tucker. She'll look, drive to the basket, puts up the runner off the backboard, no good. Rebounded by Meg Brady as the Saints come back the other way. Rolette drove to the basket. Ball was tipped away, stolen by the Longhorns. The back dribble goes to the basket, runs into her own player. Here's a Moore with the rebound, and she'll be fouled.
Seems like the only way they could stop here's more underneath would be from fouling her, by fouling her underneath.
They call the foul on number 33, Ashton Major for OCS. Here's a Moore at the line, and she has 2 bank first free throws. This is a part of the game she's really worked hard to get better at too, is free throw shooting, because she is on the line quite a bit. Hits 1 of 2. Jones up 27-0. And the Saints bring it back the other way. Rolette looking down low to Major. She turned baseline, turned the ball over. Barry bringing the ball back the other way for the Longhorns to Tirza Moore. And it is out of bounds. Almost looked like it went off her leg, but we got a fortunate call.
We've gotten the opportunity to talk about the Longhorn offense, but 3 minutes left in the quarter, the Saints still haven't scored.
If you have a shutout this way through the quarter, you've played pretty good defense so far for sure. Saints coming back the other way, and we've got an offensive foul on 32. Meg Brady, her first. Got the arm extended a little bit out there. Third team foul on the Saints. Barry setting up the offense. Right side to Jalen Maples for three, and she hit it. That's a Jones Kiwanis Club three-pointer, the second of the game for the Lady Longhorns. Makes it 30-0 here in the first quarter. Trinity Moore back in for Tirza Moore. Has this girl trapped in the corner. She drives baseline. And there's going to be a blocking foul on Trinity right there. Didn't quite get her cut the body in front, get her cut off. That will be her first. Second team foul on Jones. Saints will inbound the ball underneath their own basket. That's Hannah Voskel, 25 with the ball. She'll take a shot and make it. So the Saints scratch the scoreboard. Quickly back the other way, Jones, as Abby Stramsky puts it in off a nice pass from Zoe Tucker. 2 minutes left here in the first quarter. 32-2 Longhorns. Roulette drives the right side. She'll bring it back out, cut off there by Trinity Moore. Has it on the right wing. Tried to pass over Trinity, and that's a tough job right there for anybody. Trinity takes the ball through the lane, off the back of the rim, no good. Ball's loose. There's a scrum for it. And we got a foul on Jones. That will be on Zoe Tucker. That's her second. Third team foul for Jones. In the lineup for OCS, number 10, Brecken Rogiers. Voskel drives the lane, gets the foul call. Jones' foul is on number 23, Boston Berry. That's her first foul. And Voskel at the line is the first of two free throws. In for Jones is Audrey Bain. She takes Zoe Tucker's place. Zoe with two fouls going to have to sit for a little bit. And Voskel makes the second. Makes it 32-4. We've got 1:20 left here in the first quarter. Bain with the ball on the left side. Drives, puts up a 10-footer. It's blocked. Gets her on rebound. Took it to Jalen Maples. Maples top the key to Boston Berry. Boston looks inside to Abby Stransky. She drives, kicks it back out, but it's intercepted by Voskel. OCS coming back the other way. Layup is up and in. So OCS taking advantage of the turnover by the Longhorns. Berry quickly back the other way, drives the left side. Layup off the rim, no good, and we've got a foul. And the foul's going to be on Jones. 35, Trinity Moore. That'll be her second. I don't know if that worked out for OCS because now Tirza Moore's back in, and she's scoring all the points in the first quarter. So here we go. 40 seconds left here in the first quarter. Behind the back dribble attempt, stolen by Boston Berry. She'll go to the basket. Off the bottom of the rim, no good. And got her on rebound, kicked it out to Tirza. She'll put it up and in. Nice effort by Boston Berry to save the ball.
Not only is Boston just her skills are so good in basketball, but she's also a phenomenal athlete.
She has a bright future ahead of her, and she's already been a big contributor to what they've done so far. 6 seconds left. A runner on the right side, no good. Rebound by Abby Stramsky, and she had like 3 thoughts in her head at the same time and didn't get any of them. She thought about chunking it down the other end of the court, but she realized there was a little bit more time for that. So with 1.6 seconds left, Longhorns up 34-6. Saints inbound the ball, quick three-pointer off the back of the rim, no good. And that's the end of the first quarter with the score. Jones 34, OCS 6. And now, all right, we're back here at the Stevens Chase Center on the campus of Jones High School, about to start the second quarter of play. Longhorns lead 34-6. We do have a few people in the gym, but they're all connected with the basketball team, so you guys at home that are watching, don't think that you're missing out on anything not being here. These are all basketball affiliated people.
That's something else I think the Longhorns are going to have to learn to adapt to, is not having any fans in the crowd or in the stands.
Now we have a travel call. No, you're right. Not having people in the stands is definitely something different. This is a little bit more,
Very different atmosphere.
a little bit better atmosphere than what we had for the boys' game right before Christmas. That was definitely a weird situation. We're going to have to deal with as we go along in the year. Barry, she'll put up a 15-footer off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Barnett for the Saints. She pushes it up quickly. And the runner, that's good by Emily Orme. Right side, Audrey Bain. Barry into Tirza Moore. She'll put up a 16-footer and in. Both Tirza and Trinity have just great feel around, from that range right there. Great touch. Saints coming back the other way. She'll take it to the basket. And in. 38-8. Jones leading. 6:45 left here in the second quarter. Brady has the ball. Top of the key. She'll put up a turnaround. Off the rim, no good. Longhorns come back the other way. Quickly down to Jalen Maples. She puts up a shot as she's fouled. It's off the back of the rim. Didn't see who that foul was on for OCS. It's their fourth. So Maples at the line. She'll have 2 bank first free throws. Misses the first. Returning for the Saints, 34, Brenna Roulette. Jalen makes the second. Extends the Longhorn lead out to 39-8. OCS quickly up the side. In the corner against Tirza Moore. It's not really a place you want to be. That's a lot of it's a lot of girl to have to throw the ball over there with Tirza, especially if she gets her arms extended. She sits there about 7 feet tall. Barnett for 3, excuse me. She's no good. Rebounded by Boston Berry quickly the other way for the Longhorns. Berry. McKenna Cruz in the ball game for Jones. She'll be an addition for them as she didn't play basketball last year. Has come back this year and already in the game. And now here we come. It comes in number 42, Sophie Woodson. The bad thing for the opponent, she's taller than both the Moore girls. She is a legit 6'2".
Yes.
Just a freshman.
Very young. I think she's going to continue to improve throughout this season.
I think the ceiling probably is very high for her.
It's
Barry
not
turned
very
the ball
often.
over. She tried to get the ball into Tears of More there. Sorry, Tessa.
It's not very often that you're that young and have that kind of size advantage over all these girls. That's new for the Longhorns.
Barry drives baseline. Layup was partially blocked. Saints come back the other way. That's Major. And she travels before she gets up the layup attempt.
Here's Moore moved quick down the floor on that transition to stop her.
I think the athletic advantage is on the Jones side tonight.
Definitely.
Bain with the ball on the right side. Look, nice pass down into Tirza. Spins to the right. Puts it up and in.
These guards do a very good job of finding the girls underneath. Especially for so many young girls, they seem to know exactly when they're going to be open underneath.
To your point, right now on the floor for Jones, there are 3 sophomores, a freshman, and 1 senior.
And for not playing yet this season, they seem to be playing together very well.
One thing may be conditioning as we go along, but if the Longhorns can keep this lead, they'll be able to rotate bodies and keep people fresh. Brecken Rozier's back in the ballgame for OCS. She drives with the right hand and gets blocked by Tirza. She gets the ball back, drives again. And once again, Tirza Moore is there to stop the shot.
I would hate to drive into the basket with Tirza Moore in front of me.
You're going to have to go in there with some commitment, for sure. Shot back at rim, no good by Brady. Rebounded by to Tirza Moore. Audrey Bain with the ball in the left corner. Back to Maples. Looking for Sophie, but she'll take the deep 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Moore with the rebound, puts it up, and she is fouled. OCS foul on number 10. That's Brecken Roziers.
Tirza's had multiple opportunities at the line today.
She'll have 2 more bank first free throws. And she missed the first. That seems to be a trend for the Longhorns right now, miss the first. If there's something you want to maybe poke at them, maybe free throw shooting right now. So
Looks like they brought in Abby Stramsky for Jalen Maples. Abby Stramsky's a strong senior leader for this team.
a team with not very many seniors.
Not
So
very many.
all their knowledge and their leadership is going to be very important this year. Nice baseline drive, ball given to Ashton Major. However, she missed, and the Longhorns come back the other way. Stramsky drives the lane, puts up a right-handed runner. And we had an inbound violation on OCS. Not something you want to have happen when things really aren't really going your way right now. So.
Yes. Not with the lead like the Longhorns have. This 44-8.
Inbounds to Cadence Park.
There's another senior.
And Coach Jenny Holbrook takes a timeout. 30-second timeout here. So we'll take it with them. Fans, don't leave the financial burden up to your loved one in your death. Plan ahead and call Scott at 569-3304 for your peace of mind life insurance quote. That's Scott Carl and Associates, 888-569-3304. Coach Holbrook taking a timeout with a different group on the floor. A little mix of young and some seniors. Cadence Park, who's come back, she didn't play last year either, and she's come back out for the team. So probably just a timeout to kind of get their bearings to get everything straight.
Not only did Cadence not play last year, but she's also been battling injuries. During this softball season, I believe she had injured herself, so It'll be exciting to see what she can do on the court.
So she'll have to get some of her timing back as we go along during the season too. Bain on the left side looking for McKenna Cruz. And we got a 3-second violation. Just under 4 minutes here left in the second quarter.
Another substitution for the Longhorns.
Boston Berry returning for the Longhorns. They're showing a little half-court pressure. Not the intense pressure they had at the beginning of the game. Just trying to disrupt the OCS offense getting started. That's Brady driving the right side. She picks her dribble up. Gives it to Voskuhl. She loses the ball. And the Longhorns come back the other way. Audra Bain goes all the way down the lane off the backboard. No good. Saints come back the other way quickly. They go to the basket. Off the rim, no good. Rebound fought for, brought down by Brady, but we have a foul. So the foul will be on 31, McKenna Cruz for the Longhorns. That's her first. Team foul number 6. And that puts Britta Roulette at the line.
I'm still very impressed with the Longhorns as far as defense goes. They've only held them to OCS to 9 points so far in the game. Now 10. Seems like the Longhorns have an answer to most options that the Saints have tried on offense.
Here's a Moore forces it up and in. It took 13 minutes for the Saints to get to double-digit scoring, so it's definitely been a struggle for them against the Longhorn defense. Brady takes to the right side, puts up a runner off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by Boston Berry. Quickly, the Longhorns come back on the break. Boston gets it out to, that was Katie Davis. She snuck out there on the court and didn't see her get in there. So Katie Davis gets on the score chart. Shot is blocked. Controlled by Davis and the Longhorns. They throw it away and the Saints come back quickly. Brady, top the key to Voskuhl. Down to Roulette. She drives and she'll be fouled. Jones, 30, Cadence Park. That's her first. 7th foul of the Longhorns. That'll put OTS in the bonus.
It seems like that's one of the few ways OCS has been able to score is through free throws.
That'll just give Coach Holbrook something to stress at halftime. McKenna Cruz with the ball to the left side. Looking down low for more. Cross court to Park. Give it back to Boston Berry. 150 left here. Cruz down loaded. More. Reverse layup up and in. My goodness. She gets down on the block. She's tough to stop. Saints come back quickly the other way. That's Voskuhl. And she'll draw the foul. Foul again on Cadence Park. That's her second. To your point earlier, OCS, all their points, the last 5 points for sure, have come off the free throw line. Jalen Maples returning for the Longhorns. Voskuhl hits both. 50-14, Jones. Here's a Moore, left side to Jalen Maples. Tries the lob over the top. Wasn't there, saved by Tirza. And the Saints come back the other way. basket by 34, Brenna Roulette. Saints actually stole the inbound, but had a traveling violation, so we'll go back to the Longhorns.
Looks like Sophie Woodson's coming in for McKenna Cruz.
And as I look at the roster, everybody's been in so far for the Longhorns. One thing that COVID has done is limited the number of people on the bench. So it's not like there's a lot of people to keep putting in. There's 10 people. And we have a traveling violation. We have 12 people on the roster for the Lady Longhorns. So not a deep bench when games get like this. There's only so many people that you can put in the game. Saints with the ball on the left side. Pass is tipped by Maples. She heads the other end, and she'll set up the offense. Looking for Tirza Moore. Drives the right side. Spins back in the lane. Off the back of the rim, no good. Tips it up. Ball's rebounded by the Saints. And off of the Jones player as she falls out of bounds. 29.6 seconds left here in the first half.
32 McGrady returning for the Saints.
Not only is Tirza Moore very strong with making buckets underneath, but she's also been super strong in rebounding throughout this game.
That basket is good by McGrady. Coming back, underneath the Sophie, and she puts it in off the board. Nice look there by Boston Berry. As the quarter comes in, the Longhorns have dominated the first half. As we go to halftime, Jones 52, OCS 18. Our halftime break, but before we do, up 52-18 here as we start the first quarter. Some quick stats. And as we suspected, Tears of Moore leading the way with 25 points here in the first half on 11 of 13 shooting. Also has, well, she only has 3 rebounds, so that's probably something Coach Holbrook will get on her about.
Yes.
Also scoring, Jalen Maples with 4, Trinity Moore with 4, Boston Berry with 6, Zoe Tucker with 5, Abby Stramsky with 4, Katie Davis and Sophie Woodson with 2 each. Longhorns shooting 23 of 39, so 59% from the field. Of course, most of those were about 3 feet from the basket. And we start the third quarter with the Longhorns in possession. Jalen Maples starting on the left side, gets it down to Tears of Moore. Off the back of the rim, no good. Gets her own rebound, puts it up and in. As Tears of Moore is threatening 30-point mark, which has not been equipped by very many girls here at Jones High School in a single game. Frank with the ball on the left side. Cross-court pass, almost stolen by Boston Berry. And it was off an OCS player, but Jones will control the ball. On the floor for Jones, Boston Berry, Jalen Maples, Tears of Moore, Trinity Moore, and Zoe Tucker, the starting 5.
3 sophomores and 2 seniors for the Longhorns.
Trinity Moore shooting it off rim, no good. We have a jump ball on the rebound. So OCS will control after the jump ball.
After hearing those stats, the Longhorns coaches have to be pretty excited hearing that so many different players have contributed to this, what is hopefully going to be a Longhorn win.
Being able to play a lot of players in the first game will be quite important just to get some experience over with this young team. Ball stolen away by the Longhorns. Coach Holbrook imploring the girls to press the ball up the court. Here's a Moore with the easy right-handed layup.
That was a good pass into Trinity Moore.
That's going to be a key for the Longhorns all year long, too. To be able to use their athleticism and their speed to get people, to get off those transition passes and to get people off the floor. Now we have a timeout taken by OTS. 30 seconds timeout. Again, Jones Journal would like to invite all of our listeners to stop by your local bank first to check out their incredibly low interest rates and all the benefits of a early checking account. The bank first, loyal to the Longhorns, loyal to you. It looks like we turned this into a full timeout. Quite as bad as what we may have thought.
Yes.
But I know Coach Holbrook wants 7.
She will want 7 of 7.
From 3-point range, Longhorns only 2 of 7, 28%. Jalen Maples knocked down 1 and Zoe Tucker knocked down her first.
If I remember correctly, those are pretty early on in the game, those 3-pointers were.
Then most of the baskets came from about 3 feet from the basket with Tears and Trinity Moore. And we have a foul call on OCS. That'll be on number 32.
I'm very impressed with the energy that the Longhorns have brought back after that halftime. Maybe that players for the Longhorns, but they seem to have a really strong start in the second half.
Sometimes it is hard to come out with some energy after you have such a commanding lead. That is a good sign. That's Meg Brady in the corner for 3. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Jalen Maples. She comes back the other way. Berry looking at the post, now cross court to Zoe Tucker. Here's a more high post, down low to Trinity Moore. She missed the first, got it on the rebound. Puts back the second.
Unstoppable underneath.
Actually put a kind of hand on the ball.
Yes.
That's a shot. That's stolen away by Zoe Tucker. She'll drive to that side, gives it to Boston Berry, up and in. Longhorns up 60 to 18. 5:23 left here in the third quarter.
This game has to be quite a bit of a confidence boost going into the rest of the season this year. That was an amazing block by Trinity Moore. There's not much that can get past the Moores, I don't think, as far as defense goes.
It's difficult to get a shot up over those two.
Yes.
Lexi Scott, number 20 in for OCS. The inbound pass was knocked away. Saints in control again underneath the basket. Again, OCS having trouble getting the ball in.
That was a bit of a tough position there for the Saints. In that corner with Jalen in front of the inbounder.
And the inbound pass was stolen by Zoe Tucker. Jalen Maples, and she'll be fouled if she goes to the basket.
Some more free throw opportunities here for the Longhorns. Jalen Maples will be shooting for the Longhorns. She makes the first one.
We have a lane violation on the Longhorns. 4:59 left here in the third quarter. Saints with the ball on the offensive end as Hannah Voskel has the ball. And a foul call. Boston Berry, that's her second. Saints inbound the ball on the right side. Ball's taken away by Trinity Moore. Down court to Zoe Tucker. She tried to get the ball into Tirza Moore. Ball was tipped away. She gets the ball back to Tirza. Off the backboard, no good. Rebounded by OCS as they come back the other way. And the ball's thrown away. It'll be Longhorn basketball.
Those turnovers for OCS detrimental to their progress in this game.
You know, they're trying to really push the ball up, and it's not been successful for them right now. And he passed into Tirza Moore, off the backboard and in. She'll have a chance for a three-point play, and by my count, that's her 29th point. Looking for the 30-point mark. And she knocks it down. So 30 points for Tirza Moore here as the Longhorns have a 64-18 lead here in the third quarter. Ball's trapped on the wing. Knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with OCS. Once again, another good trap set there by Zoe Tucker and Tirza Moore. Couple substitutes in the ball game for the Longhorns. Audrey Bain and Abby Stramsky. Ball in underneath. And she stepped out of bounds, so the ball will go back to the Longhorns.
It'll be inbounded by Abby Stramsky.
Right now, Jones is still hard denying everything around. Tirza Moore, her third chance there.
4 chances for Tirza Moore underneath.
That won't help her shooting percentage. 4 chances there, and we came out empty on that. And it was Jones' foul.
One tool that the Longhorns have is they're going to get so many opportunities underneath with those taller posts such as the Moores and Sophie Woodson. It gives them a lot of chances to get extra buckets that most other teams wouldn't be able to have.
One thing they'll also do is help their rebounding stats.
Definitely.
Doesn't help your shooting percentage, but your rebounding stats go way up right there in a
Yes,
situation like that.
definitely.
So OCS with the ball on the right side. That's Roulette to the left. Shot Scott, no good. Rebounded by OCS. Back in the middle to Roulette. She puts it up off the backboard and in. Quickly back the other way, Jones. Here's a more spin off the backboard. No good. Rebound fought for on the ground. Ball gets to Tirza again.
That was an
And she
excellent
makes it.
hustle by the
That gives her
Longhorns.
32 for the game. As Sophie Woodson comes to the table, I don't know if Tirza may be coming out here pretty
Yes.
quickly.
She does so much in those periods that she is out here on the court. It has to be tiring for her.
And we have a jump ball. Sophie Woodson is in for the Longhorns. She does take Tirza Moore's spot. Also back in for the Longhorns, Jalen Maples, as she'll replace Boston Berry. 2:40 left here in the third quarter. Longhorns up 66-20. Maples controlling the offense at the top of the key, gives it to Audrey Bain on the right side. Back to Maples, Zoe Tucker. Down low to Abby Stramsky. Inbound pass to Sophie Woodson. Nice execution right there by the Longhorns on offense. Quickly back the other way. Roulette to Voskel. If she lost the ball, we have a jump ball, and that will go to OCS.
The effort by the Lady Longhorns is very exciting, I would think, for this team. Everybody that's been on the court gives excellent hustle and gives them the opportunity to get as many turnovers as they have.
But you know Coach Holbrook is looking for a full 4 quarters of effort, no matter what the score is going to be. Quickly back down here, the Longhorns. Woodson misses the first, gets her on a rebound, puts it up and in. So Sophie Woodson.
She's very impressive for such a young player. It's not very often you see a freshman like that come out and produce so much for a varsity team. Although the Longhorns did see that last year with Boston Berry at point guard.
The youth on the Jones team is going to be the key for them this year. How quickly can they come around now? You have players like Zoe Tucker and Jalen Maples, and as you said, Boston Berry all played last year on that team that qualified for the state tournament. But once again, it's the leadership role. They weren't called on to be leaders. They were called on to be role players with the large senior class they had. And now they're called on to be leaders on the team with having just 4 seniors on the roster.
One of those seniors I think that is a big help is Abby Stramsky as far as leaders go. She's been a part of the program for 4 years now. And she's gotten to see a lot of different teams come through the Longhorn program. So I think she's going to know a lot about the different offenses and how this team should run.
Another senior that's on the floor right now, Katie Davis, is in. She gives the ball to Jalen Maples. Back to Davis. Right side to Bain. Down low to Woodson on the cut to Abby Stramsky. She came up just short right there. Saints back the other way quickly to the basket. Somewhat out of control. But the foul's going to go on Jones on Sophie Woodson. That's her first. At the line for OCS, Ashton Barnett. She's a freshman. And she hits the first free throw. Second attempt off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by Woodson, and the Longhorns come back quickly the other way. As Maples tried to throw it to Sophie Woodson in the middle. Longhorns lucky to have the ball right there. Davis, top the key, right side to Jalen Maples. 30 seconds left here in the first quarter, or third quarter. Longhorns working the ball. Abby Stramsky gives it to Woodson. She fumbles it, but Stramsky gets it back. Side to Davis. 15 seconds left. Longhorns should be looking for the last shot of the quarter. Maples to Audrey Bain. Back to Maples. Bain, she'll put up the three and hit it.
There we go.
Audrey Bain with the Jones Kiwanis three-pointer at the end of the quarter. And that'll bring the Jones lead out 73-21. We'll go to the fourth quarter in just a moment. The Jones Kiwanis Club is an excellent way for you to serve in our community. Sign up for weekly emails to learn more. Email them at joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. That's joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. And Tessa, Jones has been in control since the opening tip.
Taking command of this game early on. Continue to hold on to that lead.
This fourth quarter will give these young kids a little more chance to play right here as we move on. The Jones Tipping Club would like to thank all of its gymnasium sponsors this year. Those include Madewell & Madewell, Jones Family Care, SWM and Sons, Todd Young CPA, Agile Spray Foam, Randy Kersey, EOC Tech Center, the Jones Kiwanis Club, and Quick Print. All right, ready to start the fourth quarter of our first game.
Looks like the Longhorns brought in another young player, Cruz, a sophomore for the Longhorns.
She had a little stint in the first half, getting to start the fourth quarter right here. Down close, down to Woodson on the low block. Nice high-low there by the Longhorns from McKenna Cruz to Sophie Woodson. Good execution right there on that basket. Saints with the ball at the top of the key. That's Meg Brady. She'll drive the right side. Off the backboard and in. Makes it 75-23 Jones. Barry will set the offense for the Longhorns. As Cadence Park is in. They get the ball to the inside and tipped around. It's back to Barry at the top of the key. Right side. Trinity Moore down to Sophie Woodson. She's short on the first attempt. Got her on rebound. Off the back of the rim, no good. Ball's fought for underneath and kicked out. Top of the key to Boston Berry. Longhorns will set up again. Park on the left side gets it to Wood. Back to Berry. She'll dribble in. Park to the left side. Back to Berry, top of the key. Longhorns working the left side of the floor. Down to Woodson on the left block. And we'll have a jump ball out of that situation. Longhorns showing a little patience there to try to get the ball into the block. OCS collapsing pretty heavily on the sides that the Longhorns have in right now. Still, with the shortened bench that Coach Holbrook has, she still has 2 6-foot girls out on the floor. And one in reserve who scored 30 points.
In high school basketball, girls high school basketball, that have a reach like we do, or the roster that we do.
I'm not sure there's very many college teams that have 3 6-foot girls around here, so.
Especially one who's a freshman.
Yeah, exactly. Top of the key, Boston Berry. She gets it into Trinity Moore. And we'll have a flat foul on the floor. That could be hard to say. Jones will inbound it underneath.
Like it's going to be inbounded by number 30, Park.
Woodson with the ball. Oh, got a little pushy with the elbow there. Got the offensive foul. So the Saints will come back the other way here with 6 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. Shot on the right block, over the back, over the rim, controlled by the Longhorns. Quick outlet pass down the floor to Trinity Moore, and she puts it in.
That was a very good look underneath by Boston Berry.
She really pushed the ball up the floor right there with the long pass.
She has very good vision of the court for such a young player. Maybe her experience last year playing as much as she did up at Boston.
Quickly back the other way, Longhorns. Berry with the ball in the lane to Trinity Moore. Tried to get down to Sophie Woodson. Ball went out of bounds. OCS will control as Brenna Roulette returns for the Saints. Also returning for the Longhorns is Abby Stramsky and Zoe Tucker. Zoe takes Boston Berry's place.
Even after the substitution, there's still only 3 seniors. They're actually on the court at this moment. We've got sophomore Zoe Tucker with them, freshman Sophie Woodson.
Good defensive possession there for the Longhorns. Moore crossover dribble, goes to the basket, off the backboard and in as she goes crashing to the floor. And back the other way, OCS comes quickly. That was Brady with the runner on the right side. OCS controlled the rebound. Voskuhl into the lane, no good. Rebound fought for, brought down by Zoe Tucker. Quickly back the other way go the Longhorns. Cadence Park attack, gets it to Abby Stramsky. She puts in the left-handed layup. And the Longhorns up 81-23. I don't think OCS wants to give Jones any more situations to be able to get out in transition. Ball is almost stolen by Zoe Tucker, but I think she's going to get called for the foul right there. No, call was on OCS on 32. Meg Brady. That's her second foul. Good defense there by Zoe Tucker to draw the foul and get the ball back for the Longhorns. Now she'll control it right side to Abby Stramsky. In for the Longhorns now, number 33, Cammie Talley. The freshman forward.
Across the
Two freshmen, 2 seniors, and a sophomore. Another combination for Jones. Abby Stramsky puts up the 3. She knocked it down for a Jones Kiwanis 3-pointer. Abby showing her range right there from the left wing.
Abby's a very seasoned player for the Longhorns. Although she faced some past struggles throughout the season.
So up and down action here as OCS puts the ball to the other end, and we have a foul. That'll be on Sophie Woodson with 2:50 left here in the ball game. That'll send Lexi Scott to the line for the Saints. She'll have 2 free throws right here. And she connects on the first. Returning for the Longhorns, Katie Davis, Kenna Cruz. Second one was short, rebounded by the Saints, and there will be a foul on the shot. That's going to be on 21, Abby Stramsky. Her first. That puts Ashlyn Barrett again at the line. And she knocks down both for the Saints.
Finds Katie Davis.
Oh, An errant pass there, stolen by OCS. Layup is good. That was Roulette, Brenna Roulette for the Saints. We have 2.5 minutes left to play here in the fourth quarter. Abby Stramski brings the ball up for Jones. Get to the right side to Katie Davis. Looking, takes the dribble to the baseline. Tries to pass it across. And we're going to have a foul call on OCS. And see who the number was on that one for OCS. It's their 6th foul. Both teams are 1 foul away from being in the bonus. Davis gets it the left side to Stramski, down low to McKenna Cruz. Off the rim, no good. We'll fight for the rebound. We have a jump ball. And it'll be Longhorn possession. Good job there by McKenna Cruz to get in there and scruff around for the ball.
Yes. McKenna shows a lot of strength underneath the basket. She may not have the height that Trinity and Piers and Moore may have, or Sophie Woodson, but she definitely produces a lot underneath the basket for the Longhorns.
They get it, McKenna on the high post. Dribbles, kicks it back out. Left side to Katie Davis. She takes the dribble down into Stramski. Try to get it back to Davis, and the Longhorns throw the ball away. So it'll be OCS ball with 1:50 left here in the fourth quarter. 84-28.
Jones in control.
And have been since the opening tip. Voskel with the ball for OCS. Cross-court pass to Alexi Scott as she puts it in for the Saints. I'd like to remind everybody we have another game coming up after this with the Jones boys and the OCS boys team playing about 10 minutes after this game will be over. Stramski with the ball to McKenna Cruz, who drives to the right side. She puts up a runner, no good. Rebounded by OCS. Back the other way come the Saints. Ball's knocked away and stolen by Katie Davis. As we have 1 minute left to play in the game. Ball's loose. Davis runs it back down for the Longhorns. Gets it to Cadence Park. Had Cammie Talley wide open on the block. Just a little bit slow in the reaction. Allowed the OCS defense come over and block the shot. Roulette driving to the basket, and we've got an offensive foul.
A fantastic hustle by Cadence Park.
That's something that I know that the team and the coaches get very excited about when you can draw a charge. Very good job there on the transition to be able to get back underneath the basket and draw that charge on Cadence Park's part. That's hard to say too.
Looks like Abby Stramski's bringing the ball down for the Longhorns.
She'll take it to the left side. Drops it off to Cadence Park. She'll drive in to Stramski. Three-pointer on the way off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound fought for and controlled by the Saints. And we'll pass up the court to Voskel. She looks to go to the basket. And she hits the block shot with 5 seconds left here in the ball game. So the Jones Lady Longhorns off to a successful start to the season with an 84-32 victory over the OCS Lady Saints. Jones controlled from the tip, got out to the 25-point lead quickly, and then cruised the last 2.5 quarters to a dominating victory. Tessa, you have any thoughts on this game?
I believe this one should excite the Longhorns for the rest of the season, as they took command early on and held on to it. So it's going to be exciting to see what all they can do throughout the rest of the season.
Well, hope everyone enjoyed our girls game. We'll be back in a few moments with the boys. You're listening to the Jones Journal presentation of Jones Longhorn basketball. All right, we're back here for the night's second game as the Jones Longhorns have their second home game of the year, and they host the OCS Saints. Jones, 1-4. They did get to play over the break at the Cassidy tournament, where they lost 3 close games to Cassidy, Harding Fine Arts, and the Oklahoma City Knights. Lost to the Knights by 2, and to Harding by 5. And so they did go 0-3, but they had some pretty good competition, played pretty well from all reports from the Cassidy tournament. And now we go to my broadcast partner, Jake Lanier here. And Jake, you have a key for tonight's game or for the season for the Longhorns tonight.
You know, I think our key to win here is going to be probably endurance, repetition, some of the key parts, and making a good athlete. Almost all the starters have been in other sports, be it baseball or football. So they're going to have that endurance. They're going to have that almost year-round training.
And we're going to have the starting lineups announced out here.
And now the starting lineup for the OCS Saints.
And we'll see who the Saints are starting. Saints start
Number 15, Brady
number 14, Carter Hudson, a junior.
Luke Melton.
Number 15, Braden Roberts, a senior. Number 22, Luke Melton, a junior.
Number 25.
Number 23, Denver Marks, a senior. And number 25, Luke Gray, who is a freshman. So a freshman starting there for the Saints. Long tradition of being very solid, very good basketball team all the way back to the early 90s. There's always been a tough matchup for the Longhorns. Starting with the Longhorns, number 10, Elijah Reed, a 5'9 senior. Number 13, Ori Gall, a 5'11 senior, who averaged 22 points a game in the 3 games at the Cassidy tournament. Number 23, Ty Tucker, a 6'3 senior. Number 34, Carson May, a 6'5 junior. And number 15, Emmett Murphy, a 6'3 junior, who had a really good night against Chandler here in the first home game. Hit 5 3-pointers and really ignited Jones to a big win over Chandler the last time they were here in the Stevens Chase Center. So it's about underway here, as we have Carson May will be jumping center against Luke Gray for the Saints. And this should be, I think, a really up and down game. Both teams have a lot of athletic ability, and we'll see how it goes. Jones controls the tip. May to Ori Gall, and the Longhorns start the offense on the right side. Tough man-to-man so far by OCS, as May tried to drop it down into Ty Tucker. It was knocked away, and the Saints come back quickly the other way. That is Hodson controlling the ball top the key to McKee. Back to Hodson. Saints setting up against the 2-3 zone for the Longhorns. McKee on the left side. Down low to Roberts. Gets it into Gray. He puts a 15-footer up and in. So the Saints out quickly, 2-0. Emmett Murphy bringing the ball to the left side. Picks up his dribble, gets it to Ori Gall, who drives into the lane. Dumps it off to Carson May, and he missed the shot. Quickly back the other way, OCS, as the pass gets a little wild. Controlled by the Longhorns. Back quickly the other way, Ori Gall from May. Ball gets knocked out, and it'll be Jones' ball. So Jake, quickly, a frenetic pace here to start the game.
Yeah, very quick pace. I think that's going to be kind of the key to success here, is keeping that pace hot and making sure everybody's not making too many mistakes here.
Murphy tried to get the ball in to Ty Tucker. It was knocked away as the Saints come back quickly the other side. Braden Roberts gets it to Carter Hodson. Right side to McKee. He gets it down to Gray. Back to McKee on the right side. Hodson top of the key. He drives the right side. Puts up a runner. In and out and back in again. So Saints quickly out 4-0 on the Longhorns. Murphy bringing the ball up for Jones. Clears it out on the right side. Dribbles left. Gets a screen from Carson May. Gall drives to the baseline. Reverse layup up and in. Nice drive there by Ori Gall to get the Longhorns on the board. OCS really spreading out the offense, looking for some room right there to operate. Three-point attempt by McKee off the rim, no good. Rebound by Ty Tucker. He's looking for an outlet and gets it back to Ori Gall. Ori drives the left side, kicks it out to Elijah Reed, who drives baseline. Back to Gall for the corner three, off the rim, no good. Rebounded by the Saints as they come quickly the other way. Luke Melton.
And the ball's knocked out of bounds.
So OCS will control underneath the basket. And we'll have a substitution here quickly for the Saints as number 10, Will Watson, comes into the lineup for OCS. Drive baseline by Luke Melton, and he puts it off the backboard up and in. 6-2, Saints lead over the Longhorns. Elijah Reed with the ball on the left side. Tried to pass it through the double team. He got knocked away. Saints will control coming back to their offensive end. Hodson drives the right side. Gives it to Melton. Back to Hodson. Melton drives the right side. Spins to the baseline. Dumps it to Gray, who puts up the reverse layup. And a quick timeout by Coach Derek Verner. And I don't know about you, Jake. The Luke Gray, the freshman, been very impressive so far in the first part of the game.
You know, if you weren't looking at the sheet here, you'd think that he'd be a junior, senior. He's a very solid player. He knows what he's doing. Definitely looks way better than a freshman would. I mean, he's
very
tall,
physically impressive. That's
very,
what the first thing I
very
noticed.
tall player.
They have him listed at 6'6". And I'd believe that.
And he's a very aggressive player too. I mean, going straight for the goal every time.
Very much so. The Jones Journal invites all of our listeners to stop by your local bank first to check out their incredibly low interest rates and all the benefits of the loyalty checking account. Bank First, loyal to the Longhorns, loyal to you. And like you said, Jake, he has a body of probably a junior or a senior, but he is a freshman. It's going to be a difficult matchup for the Longhorns to have to deal with tonight.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be solid for that team for the next 3 years to come because he's gonna be playing every year, and he's only gonna be able to get better with time. And I mean it's gonna be very cool to see.
It's an interesting matchup defensively and offensively here as Carson May, who for the Longhorns is 6'5" and 220, is matched up against the young freshman. And we have a foul on the inbound on number 22. That would be Luke Melton. Ball inbounded by the Longhorns. And Ori Gall will control the offense for Jones. He dribbles into the lane, kicks it off to Carson May, takes the dribble off the backboard and in. But Longhorns cut the lead in half. It's 8-4. OCS, ball in the corner, top the key to Hodson. Tried to get it down into Gray. It was knocked away by Carson May. Quickly to Elijah Reed. He'll go with the layup off the backboard and in. Longhorns move it back to a 2-point deficit, 8-6, halfway through the first quarter. Ball's once again knocked away by Ty Tucker. Back to Elijah Reed, and he misses the layup. Tucker with the rebound. He goes up and looking for the foul, but they called a jump ball. So OCS will control the basketball. In for the Saints, number 11, Connor McIntyre. Also returning, number 15, Braden Roberts. So 8-6 here with 3:34 left here in the first quarter. Jones is a man-to-man. drive into Gray, and he's knocked away on the shot. Like I said, he'll have to contend with Carson May in there, who's equal size-wise, if not a little bit taller. Corey Gall drive to the tie the game. You can see why he averaged 22 points over the course of the tournament over Christmas break. Hodson to Roberts, who gets it to Watson, drives baseline to Gray, and he puts up the 4-footer off the front of the rim and in. 10-8 OCS. Emmett Murphy driving, kicks it to Ty Tucker, goes baseline, kicks it back out to Murphy, looks down to Tucker in the paint, pump fakes, off the front of the rim, no good. OCS comes back with the rebound as Gray drives, and he'll be fouled by Emmett Murphy.
You really see the camaraderie between the Jones Longhorns. Everybody knows who their player is going to be and what they're going to be able to do. So it makes them for some very good basketball.
Oh, backside there was open. Elijah Reed got a hand on the ball, though, as they went up. Number 3, Landon Loud, who had a very good game against Chandler here at home last time, is in the ball game for Jones. Murphy gets the goal top of the key. Screen from May, double team, gets it to May on the block, and he's open, and he'll send it in. And we have a timeout called by OCS. The 32nd timeout. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jones Kiwanis Club is an excellent way for you to serve in our community. Sign up for weekly emails to learn more. Email them at joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. Also, the Jones Journal would like to thank all of our business sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Those include the Jones Kiwanis Club, Blue and Gold Sausage, EOC Tech, Jones Hip-In Club, and Jones High School. If your business is interested in placing an ad in our production, you can reach us at jonesjournalok@gmail.com. So, like we thought, tight game so far, as both teams are knotted at 10 with 2:07 here in the first quarter.
Definitely going to be interesting how this turns out. It's been a very close game, very close skill levels of both teams.
I think one thing that will be interesting to see during this game will be the Jones depth, how many guys they have and how deep they can go on the bench, and can they give quality minutes in there. Three-point attempt by number 11. That was Connor McIntyre. Came up a little bit short on the attempt. Longhorns come back the other way. Elijah Reed with the crossover, but he kind of lost control of the ball, and they're going to get him for a double dribble. Just lost control as he tried to bring the ball back to the right. And that'll be, and Karsten Leving, number 21, in for OCS. Also back is John McKee. OCS doing a lot of substituting here in the first quarter. Jones showing a little half-court pressure as they drop back into their zone. Drive into the baseline, into the lane. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Emmett Murphy. Gall quickly up the side to Elijah Reed. No, excuse me, that's Landon Loud. Over to Elijah Reed. Gall back to Loud. Left side to Emmett Murphy. Tried the cross-court pass, almost stolen. Reed gets control of it again. Brings it back. He'll drive to the basket. Layup up and in. That gives the Longhorns the lead with 55 seconds left. Oh, but quickly back the other way. OCS. May have been a travel there they didn't call, but the basket was in by Karsten Levings. Ties the score back at 12. Gall drives the baseline, and they're going to call an offensive foul. That'll be his first. Unfortunate there, because that could have given the Longhorns lead at the quarter. In for the Longhorns, number 5, Siler Berry, who replaced Ori Gall. So we have Landon Loud, Elijah Reed, Emmett Murphy, Siler Berry, and number 14, Luke Huckabee on the floor for the Longhorns. Saints control the ball. Top of the key, tried to go to the post. He got knocked away. Saints will retain possession. Quick hands there by Landon Loud.
Very fast gameplay here tonight between the both teams, keeping the pace up and making as less room for them to think and really get control of the ball as possible.
Those games are a lot more fun to watch too, where we're not getting foul calls every trip down the floor. We'll be able to get the ball out and have some show the athletic ability of the players.
We're definitely getting that here.
That's Matthew Shell kicks it to the right side. Top of the key to Melton. He'll drive in the lane. No shot. Foul is on the floor. Jones foul number 10, Elijah Reed. 15 seconds left here in the first quarter. Be interested to see if OCS tries to hold for the last shot or get a quick bucket on the inbounds play. Tried to go for the quick bucket, but it was returned by Emmett Murphy. Loud with the ball on the left end. He goes to the baseline, tried to kick it to Luke Huckabee. Kicked it out of bounds. OCS will have the ball with 4 seconds left here in the quarter. OCS tried to get the ball up quickly up the middle, and that'll do it for the first quarter. So, after the first 8 minutes, the score, Jones 12, OCS 12. We're back. We're about to start the second quarter of play. Game tied at 12. On the floor, the Longhorns will be the 5 that ended the quarter with Elijah Reed, Emmett Murphy, Luke Huckabee, Landon Loud, and Siler Berry. Reed with the ball, right wing. He drives the baseline and, ooh. My surprise there. I thought that might be a charge, but he got a block call, so that's for the Longhorns. Siler Berry will trigger the ball in for the Longhorns underneath the basket. Gets it to Elijah Reed. He goes up and gets fouled, so he'll have 2 bank first free throws coming up. Looks like that foul was on number 11, Connor McIntyre.
In a tight game like this, free throws are really going to make or break the game. They can. Just making sure you get each one.
As tough as it is around the basket to score, you get the free throw shots here. You do need to convert those. Now, Elijah Reed off to a good start. Now, I probably just jinxed him on the second one, but we'll see. Maybe not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully. Not going to say anything about that. So Here we go on to the next run of play. The Saints top to the right side. Have played probably about 8 or 9 guys already in this game. 14. Hodson drive to the right side and was fouled. So Carter Hodson at the line for the Saints. He'll have 2 shots. First one's off the front, no good. He makes the second, and that will keep the game tied at 13 as the Longhorns go against pressure from the Saints. They break it quickly to the other side. Cross court to Landon Loud. He tried to dump it into Luke Huckabee, and it got knocked away. Running layup off the backboard, no good. As Gray rebounded it, the ball was knocked away by Huckabee. Emmett Murphy with the ball. Kicks it back out to Elijah Reed. He'll kick it over the corner, just out of the reach of Tyler Berry. The layup on the other end for OCS was interesting because I don't think that McKee was trying to make it. I think he was trying to lay it up off the backboard for Gray to come in and get the rebound, which was what happened. He just wasn't able to score. As Gray brings the ball down the right side, the ball was knocked away. 3-point attempt for the Saints by Hodson, no good. Rebound. Elijah Reed gets the ball to the right side, gets it to Murphy. Left side corner to Tyler Berry for three. In and out, no good. Rebounded by the Saints, but thrown away. Stolen by Murphy. Luke Huckabee on the floor with it. And it's out of bounds off of OCS. So Jones will control underneath their basket as Carson May returns for the Longhorns. Ball's inbounded to Murphy. Gets it Loud with the crossover. Drives down the lane. Off the backboard, no good. But Carson May there to put it back in for the Longhorns and give them a 15-13 lead. Melton with the ball. Down to Gray on the block. Now he gets it that deep. It's going to be hard to stop that young man right there.
When you're that tall, it's going to be kind of hard to block you for a shot like that.
And he takes up some space. He's got some broad shoulders in there, too. Longhorns working the ball around. Tyler Berry to Emmett Murphy. Back to Berry in the corner. Tried the one-handed cross-court pass, and it was stolen by Melton. His way, and the Longhorns come back the other way. Tyler Berry on the break to the rim. Loses control. And OCS brings it back the other way. Running layup, no good. Rebounded by Gray, and he puts it up and in. Still played, turning a little bit sloppy here in the last minute or so on both ends. Murphy with the ball to May. Berry drives baseline. He puts up a runner off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by the Saints. Outlet was fumbled, but recovered. Hodson with the ball down to Gray on the left block. He puts up a turnaround, no good. Rebound fought for it, getting pretty physical underneath there too. Murphy got up in the air, had to get the ball, but there was no one there for Jones as OCS controls it. Melton drives into the lane. Rebound, no fought for. Melton gets the ball back, goes up and is fouled. Basket is good, and the foul will be on Landon Loud for the Longhorns. In for Jones is number 2, Cameron Sweat, as OCS has a full line change pretty much, except for Melton, who's at the free throw line. There's a chance for the three-point play. Goes in and out, no good. Saints have moved out to a 19-15 lead here in the second quarter. Loud with the ball, top of the key, gives it the right side to Cameron Sweat. He'll drive to the left side, tried to split the double team and lost the basketball. And the Saints will come back the other way. Baseline drive, kicked it through the top of the key. Drive the right side. He puts it up with the backboard, no good. Rebound hauled in by Carson May. Longhorns come back the other way. Elijah Reed gets it down to Carson May, spins baseline, kicks the top of the key to Emmett Murphy for three, and he hit it. Emmett Murphy knocks down a Jones Kiwanis three-pointer. Brings the Longhorns back to 1, 19-18. Nice baseline pass there, but good defense for the Longhorns. Went out of bounds. Ty Tucker returning for Jones.
Some very solid plays on both sides of the court tonight. Really about keeping that repetition and making sure you have that endurance to keep on going, keep your good players in.
I think it benefits Jones that they played during the break. That doesn't, since that will give away the 2 weeks off for Christmas break. You're not just practicing, because you can't simulate game speed in practice nearly as much as you'd like to. So the conditioning may be a factor in Jones's favor as the game goes on tonight. Longhorns control the errant shot. Emmett Murphy drives in the lane, tries to make something happen with 2 people, and he draws a foul.
That'll be something to see in the later game, is seeing how our endurance stacks up against theirs. You can see that the Saints number 25 Luke Gray was getting a little sloppy there, but they took him out, so be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, Murphy misses the first free throw, the first of a pair of bank first free throws. It's the thing for Jones. I don't know if Jones is going to be quite as deep as OCS is. OCS has played 9 players already here in the first half. Braden Roberts with the ball. He'll drive to the right side, puts up a 14-footer, no good. Rebounded by Carson May. Now Carson May with Gray out is starting to take control on the inside. Murphy down to Ty Tucker. He goes up. It was blocked. The ball went out of bounds. Jones will control it, as right here in this situation, OCS brings in 4 brand new players. Jones comes in with number 33, Spencer Davis. Longhorns will trigger in underneath their basket. Murphy got up in the air, tried to make a pass, and threw the ball away. OCS controls it, comes back to the other way, down to Gray on the block. He spun into Carson May, and it looks like they're going to call a foul on Carson right there. Yeah. That's a tough call right there as the guy spins into you, but those are the rules. Three-point attempt on the way, short off the front of the rim. Rebound by Ty Tucker, but he lost the ball. And right there, Jake, Ty needs to have a little bit of patience and look for an outlet pass and not try to dribble the ball between 3 guys.
Yeah, it's maybe not getting too ahead of your game there and making sure you have control of the ball before you can go for a big move like that. Just making sure you have the ball control.
So turnover for the Longhorns. OCS controls it on the right side. That's the key. Down into Gray on the block. Short. Rebound up. Rolls around. No good. Brought down by Tucker. And the Longhorns really need to get a good possession on offense down here. Still 19-19. A good executed offensive possession would be good for Jones. Murphy gets it to Ty Tucker. He dribbles to the middle. Till Elijah Reed gives the basket and up and in off the backboard, and that's exactly what Jones needed, a good solid possession to take the lead. Saints with the ball, left side. Melton, there's a three-pointer. Off the back of the rim, no good. That attempt was by McIntyre. Jones with the rebound. Ahead to Ty Tucker. Had to control the ball, puts it up the backboard and in. The Longhorns have extended out to a quick 4-point lead here with 58 seconds left in the first half. As the ball into Gray, he puts it in easily off the backboard and in, so cut the lead to 23-21. Elijah Reed with the ball on the right side. Gives it to Emmett Murphy. Murphy looking for Tucker. Tucker face guarded. There he's got a cutter. Cut off by May. May, ball to Elijah Reed for 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound by Gray. Here come the Saints quickly the other end with 20 seconds left here in the first half. McIntyre with the ball in the right wing, and he's going to be fouled with 14 seconds left, and unfortunately that will put the Saints into the bonus. Not really what you want to do there with 14 seconds left to put them on the line.
Definitely not with a close game like this. I mean, Longhorns are up 2 points, 28-30-21, so definitely don't want to close this gap here. 14 seconds left.
So the junior Connor McIntyre at the line, and that's going to be short. Maybe that wasn't a bad idea. I don't know.
Maybe not.
So OCS unable to cash in. Tucker to Elijah Reed, and the Longhorns throw the ball away. An unforced error there for Jones. So they directly give the ball back to OCS. Cam Sweat returning for the Longhorns. Nice cut from the top by OCS. Off the rim, no good. Gray with the rebound. And Roberts rebounds Gray's shot. He goes up and gets fouled with 6 seconds left here in the half. I got foul was on Carson May. As Braden Roberts at the line for OCS with a pair of free throws. He hits the first. Ori Gall returning for the Longhorns here in the final 6 seconds of the half. Look for the Longhorns to get the ball and get up the side quickly to try to get a shot off. Roberts hits the second. So he ties the game at 23. Landon Loud returning for the Longhorns. OCS with some pressure. Gall with the inbound. He's going to the basket. And they called an offensive foul, I believe, on Ori Gall. Yep. Offensive foul with 2 seconds left on Gall. Trying to make something happen right before halftime. And unfortunately got called for the offensive foul. Cameron Sweat back in for the Longhorns. OCS triggers the ball in. Bobbles it. And the three-quarter court shot is short. So that's the end of the first half. The score is knotted at 23. You're listening and watching the Jones Journal presentation of Jones Longhorn basketball. All right, welcome back to a broadcast of our boys game. Halftime here, Jones and OCS tied at 23, and we've got a special treat that we plan on doing at all the home games. We're going to talk to Coach Jenny Holbrook, the girls' coach, and Coach, coming off of I forgot the final score, a 40-point win in your first game this year. What did you like that you saw tonight out of the first game?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And you got it going on up here, Coach. I must say.
I try.
And we miss you down there at the booth, but I really like you up here. You're really good. You're really good. Well, what I really liked was that we actually got to play. We have been waiting and waiting. Our last game was March 6th, way back in the spring. And it's been a long time coming. We've been practicing, we've been quarantined, we've been, doing Zoom meetings, and we've been doing home workouts, and it has been a long time coming. So we were ecstatic to get on the floor tonight for sure. So I would say that would be number one that I was most happy about. And the girls were just itching to get on the floor. And then beyond that, I really liked, what I really liked was Tears' desire to get the basketball tonight, and she was able to finish a lot of hard, tough baskets, but we've been wanting her to want the basketball like she did tonight for a long time, and it's her time to shine and her time to step up, and if we can get all of our post players to want the ball like that, I don't see anybody who can guard that.
Well, and that's another question I was going to want to ask about. Having somebody step up because of losing the people that you lost last year with Kayla Young and Bailey Ely, and trying to find somebody that you could hang your hat on offensively, and having a person like Tirza and then Trinity to complement her, and then you come in with a 6'2" freshman that has a ways to go to get better, but not many people are 6'2". And that creates a matchup problem for pretty much everybody you're going to face.
Well, there's not a team in 3A that's going to have 3 girls over 6 foot. And so if we can establish our inside game and get those girls wanting the ball and are able to score, it's going to free up a lot for our guards. And we've got some pretty good guards. I mean, we've got girls, they're green as far as varsity game time, but they're excellent athletes. And for what Jalen Maples did tonight and Zoe Tucker on the defensive side of the basketball, if we can get that from them every game, I'll be happy. They both can score, but they didn't need to score tonight.
That's another point is, although they're sophomores, Jalen and Zoe and Boston played quite a bit last year. Now, they weren't in a position to have to be in a leadership position. They were more role players because you had such a large senior group.
Right.
But what are you looking for in that transition, even as a sophomore, to maybe more of a leadership role on this team?
You know, for first of all, Zoe and Jalen are natural leaders in the first place. And they are the 2 girls that I count on, that we all count on every single day. We never have to tell them to go hard. And that's in practice, that's in scrimmage, it doesn't matter what it is. So they are natural born leaders. So I don't worry about that with them. Not having our summer schedule and not playing summer league and all that good stuff that we normally do, time on the court's been limited. So, and not having a huge scrimmage season. So them just getting time on the court right now is important, because they didn't get much time last year. They played behind some really, really good players, some talented players, and now it's their turn. So we just need them to get court time.
Well, you've got the Bethany tournament, we say that in quotation marks, coming up, which really has turned into a 2-game festival.
Right.
For the next, on Thursday and Friday, you have Holland Hall on Thursday, who's been a power in the last few years in 3A and 4A, I believe.
Right.
And then Elk City. Just quickly, 40 seconds we have left here. Just what are your expectations for this week?
Well, again, just getting more court time, playing Holland Hall. Is currently ranked number 2, I believe, and in watching them and scouting them, it's going to be a test. It's going to be a challenge. They've got some girls that can really play basketball. They've got really good shooters. And we're looking forward to it. We want to play. We want to get out there. I believe we have a team that can go far this year. I hope that we continue to get to play. I hope we get to be in the state tournament this year. But I know this game's starting, so thanks for having me, Coach.
Well, you're more than welcome to hang out here for a little bit if you want to be a color commentator, but I think Jake's coming back to get his headset back. But Coach Holbrook, I do appreciate you coming up and having this little halftime talk with us, and we are going to do this consistently.
Absolutely. I think we make a great duo, Coach.
I think we need to get Coach Young in here and make it a real comedy act. So
she'll be next time. We'll make an appearance.
All right. Thanks, Coach. All right, we get back to action here in the third quarter as Carson May goes up and knocks it down for the Longhorns, gives them a quick 2-point lead here in the third quarter. On the floor for Jones are Elijah Reed, Emmett Murphy, Carson May, Ty Tucker, and Landon Loud as Luke Gray scores for OCS. So the only change from the starting lineup for the game is Loud in for Ori Gall, who's in a little bit of foul trouble off the first quarter, at the first half. Ty Tucker drives, and he'll be fouled. Nice strong drive by Tucker, go to the basket. That should be on 25, Luke Gray. And it is. So Jake Jones trying to get off to a strong start here in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think these next couple of free throws are going to be very important. But I mean, as we're seeing down here at the other end, Luke Gray's been a solid player. I don't know how many points he's brought up, but I mean, just being a freshman is just that much better. He's a solid player. You can mistake him as a junior and senior any day. So I mean, it's going to be a tough game.
Ty Tucker misses the first of his bank first free throws. Once again, we talked earlier about free throw shooting for both teams in this game. How tight it's going to be. That's going to be a big factor, especially down the stretch. And he got the shooter's roll off of that one, off the back of the rim. Gives the Longhorns a 1-point lead as the Saints come back the other way. Hodson to McKee. Back to Hodson. Crossover to the left side. Puts up a runner. That's short. Rebounded by Gray. Kicks it out, intercepted by Elijah Reed as the Jones Longhorns come back the other way. Reed gets it to Tucker on the block. Off the backboard, but he's going to be fouled. And that foul's on number 15, Braden Roberts. So that'll put Ty Tucker back at the line for 2 bank first free throws.
He's going to give Ty another chance to redeem himself for that one missed free throw.
He knocks down the first, so there we go.
Does it very well.
Tucker the line for his second free throw. Up and in. So the Longhorns, with 3 free throws from Ty Tucker, take a 3-point lead here early in the third quarter. As Hodson drives to McKee, who threw the ball away. Stolen by Ty Tucker. He'll come the other way. Drops it off to Emmett Murphy, who lays it up and in. So the Longhorns now out to a 5-point lead here early. Quickly back the other way, OCS.
Both teams have a very strong offense, but it's probably going to come down to the defense here. Just trying to get people out of the that close contact zone with the basket.
Strong drive by Luke Melton, but it's knocked away by Landon Loud, and he brings the ball back for the Longhorns. Crossover dribble into the lane, goes to the basket. Some good looks at the basket here early in the third quarter. And we've got a timeout on the floor by OCS. Looks like it will be a 30-second timeout. So what we think is timeout, the Jones Journal would like to thank our business sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Jones Kiwanis Club, Blue and Gold Sausage, Jones Tip-In Club, and Jones High School. Your business is interested in placing an ad in our production, you can reach us at jonesjournalok@gmail.com. Also, quickly, we have some time. The Jones Tip-In Club would like to thank all the gymnasium sponsors this year: Madewell and Madewell, Jones Family Care, SWM and Sons, Todd Young CPA, Agile Spray Foam, Randy Kersey, EOC Tech Center, the Jones Kiwanis Club, and Quick Print. So 5:46 left here in the third quarter. OCS took a quick timeout to try to stem the tide from Jones's quick 5-point lead here. Excuse me, 7-point lead here now, 32-25.
The 7-point lead's coming off a very tight game in the last half. I mean, it's been kind of bouncing back between some people teams holding the advantage.
The Longhorns are really packing this defense inside because when Gray is in, as we have an offensive foul on Ty Tucker, when Gray is in, it's been pretty obvious that OCS is trying to run their offense through him. And luckily for Jones, they have Carson May who can play behind him and disrupt his shot a little bit. So that's an advantage for Jones here. Now they extend the top of their zone. And they'll drop back as OCS brings the ball forward. Here's Hodson. He'll be fouled by Landon Loud for the Longhorns. OCS deep inbounds in the backcourt there. Hodson with the ball, drives to the middle of the lane, puts up about a 7-footer off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by Elijah Reed. He's looking up court, but he's going to be patient with the ball up the court. Nothing open. Gets the pass, gets the screen from Carson May. Into Ty Tucker on the right side. And that's going to be a foul on OCS, number 22, Luke Melton.
I think one of the keys on the defensive side is keeping that ball from Luke Gray up there in the by the basket, because I mean he's very consistent with his shots. He has those long arms to get up and grab it again and go for another one. So it's gonna be one of the keys for Jones' success.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have an offensive foul, moving the screen there by Ty Tucker. It's a little bit like a bull in a china shop here on the basketball court sometimes.
Yeah.
You gotta get out of his way.
Yeah.
The one thing that's a guarantee with him though is he will play hard.
I mean, when you get down to it, that's what's going to be the most important, is being able to keep that hustle up the whole game, not dying out in a little bit. And that comes with experience. He's a senior this year, so you know, having all 4 years under his belt, it's really going to help him out here.
So OCS with the ball. Still 32-25 here. Working against that Longhorn defense. And we have stepped out of bounds. So the Longhorns will control the ball underneath the basket, heading the other way. Reed with the ball at the left side. Crossover into the lane. Kicks it to Ty Tucker. Emmett Murphy for three, and he knocks it down. That's a Jones Kiwanis three-pointer. That'll bring out the Longhorn lead to 10. Quickly OCS the other way. Tried to get it to Gray on the inside. It was knocked away by Carson May. Big three-pointer there by Emmett Murphy.
Very solid three-pointer by Emmett Murphy. I mean, he's been making three-pointers all night pretty much. So that's what he's good at, and he's sticking to it. So.
We talked to Coach Verner before the game, and Emmett struggled a little bit this last week at the tournament. It's good to see him knocking down a few shots. And there's a three-point answer by Carter Hodson. As Ori Gall will bring back the ball for the Longhorns. He drives into the lane, curls it around to Carson May. Nice pass. Unfortunately, Carson wasn't able to finish it off. Quickly the other end was Braden Roberts. He misses the layup. And the cross-court pass is knocked away. And the referee says it'll be OCS's ball.
Crazy fast-paced game right now. I mean, it was going back down the court before you can even see it. So I think keeping up this pace is going to be what makes these teams really fight for it and keep it a close game. Both teams can keep up the effort and keep up the pace. Be fun to watch.
In for OCS is number 11, Connor McIntyre. As he has the ball at the top of the key, he drives the left side of the lane, puts up a runner off the side of the back. Gets his own rebound into the lane, kicks it out to Roberts, puts it up and no good. Ball's on the floor, and they call a travel. This is a physical exchange right there, and Roberts got the worst end of it and got a travel call on him. OCS going to the substitution pattern they used in the first half, using a lot of players as they're going to bring a third player in. In for Jones, number 14, Luke Huckabee. Longhorns throw the ball away on the inbound pass. Pass dropped off to 21, Karsten Levings, and he puts the ball up and in. And we have a timeout on the floor as the OCS pressure. We have trouble getting the ball in. And it looks like we've got a 30-second timeout. Well, we have this timeout. The Jones Journal invites all of our listeners to stop by your local Bank First to check out their incredibly low interest rates and all the benefits of the loyalty checking account. Bank First, loyal to the Longhorns, loyal to you. Up and down start here to the third quarter. Longhorns were out to a 10-point lead. It's been cut down to half, 35-30 right now. As they had some trouble, OCS went to a full court press after their made basket. Longhorns had problems getting the ball in. Made a couple of substitutions, made one more substitution here with Siler Berry in the lineup. Looks like he's in for Ty Tucker. OCS aligns in a man-to-man pressure, it looks like here. Going to give some full court pressure to the Jones offense. Berry inbounds the ball to Gall. Gets it over the trap to Murphy. Kicks it to Berry. Back to Gall. He drives into the lane, and he is fouled. Called the foul on 21 for OCS. That is Karsten Levings. And Ori Gall is at the line. Hits the first of his two Bank First free throws. Comes up. Shot up, rebounded by Huckabee for the Longhorns. Elijah Reed with the ball on the right side. Not much movement by the Longhorns yet. And now here we get a cut by Emmett Murphy. Left side to Ori Gall. Gall tried to dump it into Carson May. There were three OCS players around him, but he draws the foul. Fouling again on number 21, Karsten Leving. OCS with 5 fouls here in the third quarter. They don't want to really put the Longhorns in the bonus this early. Huckabee cuts on the backside. He puts it up and in to get the Longhorns an 8-point lead, 38-30.
Solid play by Luke Huckabee there.
Great cut there by Luke Huckabee. Way to put it in and be strong in the back.
As the ball is tipped away, and Huckabee comes up with the ball.
Back to Ori Gall. Good turnover there for the Longhorns. Gall tries to drive. He's stopped.
Moves the ball back to OCS.
McIntyre with the ball. Goes to the left side. No good. Tip up being no good. And the Longhorns come back 3-on-1. Siler Berry on the right side. Gets a Luke Huckabee for a 3 off the back of the rim. No good. And that's rebounded by McIntyre. He'll bring it back up for the Saints. Shell drives it in to Levings, and he puts it up and in. to bring the Saints back within 6 with 45 seconds left here in the third quarter. A fast-moving third quarter as Emmett Murphy drives the lane and puts it up and in. Longhorns being very aggressive to the basket, but they don't get back on defense, and they give up the easy layup to Devin Fisher, number 20 for OCS. Emmett Murphy trying to drive, getting cut off by the Saints. Continues the left-handed dribble. 15 seconds left. Gets it to Elijah Reed. Top key right side to Siler Berry for three. Short. Rebounded by, Luke Huckabee had it. And then lost it out of bounds. 7 seconds left. Longhorns up 40-34 as the Saints bring in 4 players.
This game's really getting swayed by these plays that are really back and forth. I mean, we gave up a really good layup just for not getting down the court, maybe not paying attention to it, and just getting your head in the game. So,
yeah,
that's something to work on.
That's something definitely you don't want to have happen. Make it have a great layup, extend your lead, and then you give up an easy layup on the other end by not getting back. Ball inbounded quickly to Shell. Left side, no good. Gray puts it up and in at the buzzer. And that will make it a 4-point lead as Jones leads going into the fourth quarter, 40-36. And we're back here, about to start the fourth quarter as the Longhorns hold a 4-point lead and have possession of the ball to start the quarter. On the floor for Jones, Elijah Reed, Ori Gall, Emmett Murphy, Landon Loud, and Carson May. The group that started the second half for Jones. Ball's inbounded. Elijah Reed controlling it. Left side to Murphy. Loud for three in the corner. In and out, no good. Rebound, Carson May. He loses the ball as he goes up, but it'll be Jones' possession.
Other than Landon Loud missing, that was a really solid play. I mean, they got the ball around and kind of confused the opponent. Got him open for a shot there.
Jones needs a good possession here to try to extend the lead out to 6 or 7 points. And we're going to get a jump ball. Kind of jinxed him again on that one, I think.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe. Broadcaster jinx. I guess that may be real. So, OCS will control it here at half court. It's number 12, Matthew Shell with the ball. They get it down low into Gray. He turns around, puts it in. And OCS will show pressure off the made basket. Gall gets the foul call on OCS as the man was on his side. Looked like that was on number 12, Matthew Shell. Good job by Gall to draw the foul. It looks like that's the 6th foul, not the 7th foul. So they're one more foul away from being in the bonus. Murphy with the basketball on the left side. Comes back from where he came, tried to get a screen from Carson May. Gets the Loud on the right side. He drives, kicks it to Gall. Gall back to the corner to Loud. Cross court to Elijah Reed. He drives, dumps it off to May. And they're going to call the foul on the floor. And that foul will be on Luke Gray. Checking in for OCS, will be number 15, Braden Roberts. He replaces Matthew Shell. So that will be the 7th foul on OCS. So Jones will be in the bonus. So Carson May will be at the line for 1 and 1. I guess they're calling the foul before the pass. So Elijah Reed will be at the line for 1 and 1. And we have a lane violation. I guess apparently Reed stepped over the line after he shot the ball, so that'll be a lane violation on Jones, but no basket. So it's now become a 2-point game here in the 4th quarter as OCS has come out strong to close the gap.
There is no room left for any team to be comfortable in this game, and it's been that way since the very start. I mean, it's always been a close game between both sides, maybe flipping the who has control of the game at the moment, but other than that, it's been very close the whole time.
So also it's coming down to something we talked about earlier, the free throws. That's going to be a big key for the remainder of the game. For Jones, they're in the 1 and 1. OCS is not quite there yet as Jones only has 14 fouls. OCS misses on the backdoor cut. Back down the Loud on the baseline. He puts it up and in. Nice play there. Good feed to the baseline. Nice finish by Landon Loud. Jones up 4.
Very nice play by Loud.
Melton with the drive. And it was blocked out of bounds. That's about the 3rd time they tried the inbound play there on the backside. The ball was controlled by OCS coming out. And that's a nice finish there by Braden Roberts over Carson May. 6 minutes left here, 42-40. Ori Gull drives to the paint, into Carson May, and he sends it down. If you're going to dump it off to somebody inside, that's a good one to dump it off to. 3-point shot, a little long, rebounded by Emmett Murphy, and the Longhorns will come back. Elijah Reed controlling the basketball.
Maybe not the best choice to shoot a 3 when it's that close of a game, and you know you don't want to.
Maybe a little rushed on that shot selection right there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Loud with the ball in the left wing, looking for May. Drives to the baseline. DeGaulle for 3 in the corner. Off the rim, no good. Nice effort to try to knock it off the OCS player, but OCS controls it, brings it back the other way. Tried to get it to Gray. Down the corner for a 3-pointer. That's number 24, John McKee. And that makes it a 1-point game, 40-43. Gall brings the ball back, and he'll draw the foul. That'll be on number 15, Braden Roberts.
The lack of student fans in the student section really makes it hard to appreciate how close of a game this is. I think with those people in there, you might be a little more excited than you are now, but
it would be a little bit more intense in this place if we had the students and the fans here right now. 1-point game with 5 minutes left.
It would be very intense.
Well, wherever you're at home, go ahead and be loud there. Gall had missed the first end of the 1 and 1. So the lead stays at 1, 44-43. Ball's loose, but recovered by OCS. Drive on the left side. And that will be a backcourt violation. So, critical possessions here for both teams. And we have a timeout. Coach Werner for Jones, he'll take a timeout right here with 4:45 left. And it is a 30-second timeout. Jones Tip-In Club would like to thank all the gymnasium sponsors this year. Those include Madewell and Madewell, Jones Air, SWM & Sons, Todd Young, CPA, Agile Spray Foam, Randy Kersey, EOC Tech Center, the Jones Kiwanis Club, and Quick Print. I'd like to thank all those sponsors who have signs up here in the gym, but with our inability to have fans in the gym, we're going to read those names out over our stream here this year as we broadcast home games. Jones controls the ball at half court. Inbound the corner for Emmett Murphy, down to Carson May. Kind of a wild shot, in and out. Rebound by Ori Gall goes up and in, no good. Rebounded by Gray for the Saints, and they come back the other way. Runner in the lane, no good by Levings, and the rebound by Landon Loud. Excuse me, runner by Luke Melton. Loud drives to the basket. He puts it up and in.
Very solid play with this side of a score here.
I've been impressed by the way he's played his 2 home games that I've seen, Landon Loud. He'll be a great addition to the team this year. Gray with the rebound, goes up strong, but he misses. Rebound by Carson May. Longhorns come back, and what they need right here with 3:50 left is a really good possession on offense.
And you can kind of see the endurance of some of these players. Maybe not far enough in the season yet to be able to last a whole game without getting too tired. And you see some of the plays are getting a little bit sloppier, and you just kind of make sure you can push through that.
Had a nice drive there by Loud. He drew the foul, so that'll put him on the free throw line. That's the 9th foul on OCS. So on the next foul, Jones will be shooting 2 free throws from there on out. Jones not in a bad position right here as far as fouls go, with only 14 fouls in the half. Loud misses the front end of the 1-and-1. That's 2 1-and-1s that the Longhorns have missed here in the second half. OCS throws the ball away to Loud. Loud up to Elijah Reed. It's a little bit behind him, so he had to gather it. Gets it underneath the Loud. Off the backboard, no good. And the Longhorns get a break right there as OCS tried to control the ball but dribbled it off the end line. So the Longhorns will have it underneath their basket. At number 15, Braden Roberts returns for OCS.
So it's key
Inbound
little
to Carson May. Excuse me, Jake.
Those key little details right there. Maybe not passing so hard, getting it behind Elijah Reed right there, and making that play a little bit harder for himself. Maybe making him miss that goal, but just little details you got to pay attention to.
Well, it's like that situation right there. OCS gets called for the foul about 30 feet from the basket, and they'll put Loud on the line, and now that's their 10th foul. So the Longhorns are in the double bonus, shooting 2 free throws from here on out. 2 banked first free throws. And he hits the first. Free throws will be very critical down the stretch here. Loud with his second. Off the side of the rim, no good. Rebounded by Gray. Quick trap by the Longhorns in the backcourt. Ball gets out, though, as OCS comes the other way quickly. Gets it down to Gray. He'll spin baseline, and he'll be fouled by Carson May. And once he got that turn on the baseline, I think Carson was in a poor position there defensively. So Luke Gray, the freshman, the 6'6" freshman, at the line. He'll have 2 shots. And he connects on the first. And he makes both. And that brings the Longhorn lead down to 2, 47-45. Some pressure in the backcourt by OCS. Ori Gall with the ball on the left side. OCS extending their man-to-man out extremely far from the basket. Gall dribbles into the lane, off the backboard and in. Takes advantage of OCS extending their defense to get on the inside, but Jones doesn't get back quick enough. They get it to Gray, and he gets fouled once again by the Longhorns haven't got back quick enough, and they've given up layup attempts to OCS.
OCS is very good at taking that ball back down the court as fast as possible, making sure they don't give their opponents any room to defend against them.
Gray once again at the line. He missed the first free throw there. That one was short. And this is what you've talked about all game long, conditioning. This is where you'll see it first on these free throw attempts. If they're short or if they're flat, conditioning may come into question right there. Second one looks much better. And we have a foul on the inbounds. They'll put the Longhorns at the line again. Once again, OCS fouling about 94 feet from the basket, giving the Longhorns an opportunity to extend the lead. Jones just has to take advantage of it.
It's going to be pinnacle in this game. I mean, it's 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and we're up 4 points. So, I mean, 2 points can really turn a game.
And Landon Loud at the line for the Longhorns. Ty Tucker comes into the ballgame for the Longhorns. Jones has two people back deep this time to see if try to stop that quick break. Ty Tucker gets in and steals the offensive rebound for Jones. Nice effort there by Ty. 4-point lead, 2.5 minutes left here in the game. Longhorns going to spread out a little bit and draw the OCS defense out. Gall with the dribble. He wants to avoid a 5-second count there. Dribbles through the lane, kicks it to Emmett Murphy, who drives in. He'll get it back to Gall. Gall with the dribble between his legs, back out to Elijah Reed. Reed with the dribble into the lane, back to Gall. Gall drives in, and they called, I think that's the third offensive foul they've called on Ori tonight. Unfortunate time for that one. Had a great possession going as far as running some clock, but comes up empty, so it remains a 4-point game for Jones. Saints dump it inside to Gray. He gets doubled. It's a shoulder into Ty Tucker, but he scores with the right hand. Now it's a 2-point game. Pressure by the Saints. Reed and Loud in the backcourt. Dribbling up, breaking the press. Reed with the running layup, no good. Ty Tucker with the rebound goes up. And I didn't see what they called it. I think they called it travel.
It's the point in the game where, I mean, every little mistake counts, and you really gotta tune in and push through all that pain, and you know it's probably really tiring. I mean, they've gone through 4 quarters like this. So.
This is also the point of the game where you'd like to have that student section in right now. 3-pointer from the corner, off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound controlled by Jones, and Emmett Murphy on the floor. He'll call a timeout, so Jones will control it. Should be a full timeout with 1:17 left. Jones up 50-48. And once again, the Longhorns looking to keep control with this 2-point lead here. The Jones Kiwanis Club is an excellent way for you to serve in our community. Sign up for weekly emails to learn more. Email them at joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. That's joneskiwanisclub@gmail.com. Also, the Jones Journal would like to thank all of our business sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Those include the Jones Kiwanis Club, Blue and Gold Sausage, EOC Tech, the Jones Tip-In Club, and Jones High School. If your business is interested in placing an ad in our production, you can reach us at jonesjournalok@gmail.com. That's jonesjournalok@gmail.com. So we have 1:17 left here in the game. Longhorns holding on to a 2-point lead. They are in the double bonus, so if they do get fouled, they'll have 2 free throws. OCS is now in the bonus. If they get fouled, they'll have a 1-and-1. Longhorns have to get the ball in. They do to Ori Gall. Now we'll see what strategy that OCS will go with if they continue to start to foul, and what the Longhorns do to run the clock. And right there is a turnover. Is not what you want. And they have the easy layup. That's Braden Roberts.
It's not what you want in this point in the game.
And now the score is tied, and the ball is getting tied up in the backcourt. Longhorns need to do a better job of trying to break that press instead of one-on-one dribbling. They need to have some help back there. So now that changes things. Now you're going to try to score at the first opportunity. You're going to try to run the clock down. OCS still pressuring. The Longhorns are struggling with the pressure in the backcourt.
Really stressful situation for both teams here. We're tied up 50-50 with 50 seconds left.
Murphy looked to trap him as he crossed half court. He still has the dribble, trying to get it to Ori Gall. 40 seconds left. Gall with the ball at the top of the key. Looking for the screen from Carson May. Doesn't use it. Goes to the right side, picks up his dribble. Gets it to Emmett Murphy with behind the back dribble. Back to Gall. Coach Werner calling his offensive set right here. And we have a foul off the ball on OCS, number 24, John McKee. So that's a big break for the Longhorns right there. Puts Landon Loud at the line with 2 shots, 2 bank first free throws with 21 seconds left in a tie game.
You know, at this point in the game, you really want to keep your head about yourself. You know, you want to make sure you're getting everything down. Don't let the adrenaline just run over you and mess up on those little details. I mean, especially like this, you don't want to miss too many free throws. At a tied game with this many seconds, it's
Longhorns come away empty off of that possession right there, but the ball is off of Elijah Reed, and now the Saints have it with 18 seconds left, and the score tied at 50. So now the Longhorns need a good defensive stop. Almost walked right there on that. Saints not bringing the ball up very quickly. They're in the corner, 10 seconds left. He drives to the corner. Roberts puts up a shot and in with 3 seconds left. Gall to Loud, and that comes up short. So OCS comes back in the fourth quarter and knocks off the Longhorns. Another close defeat for Jones, 52-50. And Jones falls to 1-5 on the year. That's a disappointing end for the Longhorns in a game that really they controlled for the most part.
I mean, it's so tough in that last couple of moments. I mean, we had a free throw opportunity where we could have came back and we could have at least tied it up in the last little bit, and you know, we just didn't pull out, and you know, it's just a tough situation.
Well, the Longhorns will move on to play like our girls team in the Bethany tournament, which really has turned into a festival. They'll have 2 games. They'll play Thursday. I believe it's the same opponents, Holland Hall, and on Friday, Elk City. Our next home game will be next Tuesday, and it'll be all 4 games. We'll have the JV games before the varsity games, and then we'll join you again for the varsity games at 6:30. So we appreciate everybody tuning in this evening. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Thank you. Have a good night.